again, we have one of the tournament staff is coming through and providing you with the lane pattern sheet. We're asking that you provide us with your score sheet so we can get the rosters into the computer and set up. It will help speed things after game one. We'll get those sheets back to you definitely before you complete your first game. This is a one-lane courtesy event, so please be aware and maintain your pace of play. Again, at the completion of each game, bowlers, athletes, coaches, please stay in place. Coaches, you can bring us your score sheets, but bowlers, stay in place. Do not come up on the concourse and start moving to your next pair. We want to get everybody moving from a competitive standpoint across the approaches, so keep the concourse free so we're not dragging balls and bags across people's feet and running into people. Also, during the squad today, we'll be doing a raffle. At a minimum, we will be giving away 2 rotor-grip bowling balls, a rotor-grip double bag, and a triple roller bag. The more we take in and we sell into the tickets, the more balls we can give away. All proceeds go directly into the scholarship fund. This year we are paying out in excess of $7,000. Tickets will be as follows. 1 strip of 3 tickets for $2, 3 strips for $5, 7 strips for $10, 15 for $20. There will be no paddock area. All equipment must be taken from the bowling center at completion of play today. The bowling center will be running their leagues this evening, so there's no room for you guys to store your equipment. We do apologize for that, but that's kind of the caveat of having a one squad. We're able to get the bowling center back to the proprietor. So, athletes, good luck, good bowling. Please press the right keys on your keypads. If you need a full rack and you can't figure out how to do that, please let us know at the desk. We'll get a full set of pins. Good luck and good bowling.
1, 2, 3, tag! 1, 2, 3, USA! 1, 2, 3, Buddha, Buddha!
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for collegiate bowling here in the 2019-2020 season. The Roto-Grip Keystone Quaker Classic is live and underway from Haja Rose Bowl in Allentown, Pennsylvania. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC Communications, and thank you for joining us here right after the holiday season. Of course, we certainly wish you, your family, your friends, everybody a great holiday season. Hopefully it's been fun so far, and we plan to continue the excitement here for the next 4 days on Bowl TV here in Pennsylvania. Here for the first 2 days at the Keystone Quaker Classic, we will have our men's field competing. Then here at Rose Bowl on days 3 and 4 of 4 consecutive days of coverage, we're going to have the women's field come over from Jordan Lanes. They will be starting in approximately 40 minutes or so over from Jordan Lanes, which is about a 5-6 minute drive, not too far down the road. To have staggered squads throughout the course of the week, so usually the men's squads will get underway first. Teams do have to potentially bus players back and forth when you have a men's and women's team competing. So with that being said, that's usually the case with multiple centers, staggered start time. So we're here, we're going. We're live for men's competition at the Keystone. Starting things off today, and as you can see, the scoreboards will follow the teams. So on the scoreboard, team 27, but currently on lane 28 is Schenectady Community College. 28 on the scoreboard, but currently on lane 27, that is Muskingum. We are covering lanes 27 through 30 here in this 36 lane center. And over on 29 and 30 for the scoreboard, you'll be following in the yellow jerseys. That's Wright State. Currently getting ready for their second frame on lane 29. And then on 30, but 29 on the scoreboard, is going to be Robert Morris, Illinois. We will be bowling 5 traditional games today. All teams will come back tomorrow. For our Baker portion, we'll have 5 4-game Baker sets, so a total of 20 Baker games total, and total pinfall from both today. What is today? Today's Friday, so pinfall from Friday and Saturday will determine our champion here. This is a Tier 1 event on the USBC collegiate schedule. Technically the 7th and the 8th are taking place this week, so it's pretty crazy to think we've already had this much excitement throughout the USBC collegiate season. We're not even to 2020 yet, but that's obviously when we begin to ramp up for postseason play. Now we know you good folks are always very interested in oil pattern and additional information, and we do have some pattern information available for you here at the Keystone Quaker Classic for the men. We're bowling on 36 feet, so this is going to be one of the shorter patterns you're going to see throughout the course of collegiate season, at least what we've seen so far. Generally, we've seen patterns, probably some of them haven't even been revealed, but usually it's a little more in the kind of medium range. This is probably the shortest one we've seen here on Bowl TV so far this year. So It'll be exciting to see teams attack a little bit closer to the gutter, I would imagine, throughout the course. Potentially some urethane going down the lane as well, but volume is a little bit higher. We're just a hair under 29 mils using the, looks like a combination of Kegel Fire and Kegel Ice. Looks like it's playing about 2.1 to 1, so gonna be definitely gonna be a challenge, but we're excited to see the progress throughout the course of a competition. But 36 feet. One of the interesting aspects of our centers in play for this week for our men's teams, they are going to move to Jordan Lanes once again. That's going to be on Sunday and Monday. And that's actually going to be a Woodhouse. So once the women start up here, once again in about 35 minutes or so, potentially even a little bit earlier than that, Jordan Lane's a Wood Center, so that's a new addition to the Bowl TV collegiate schedule as well this year. Is something we haven't necessarily seen so far through the season, so some cool things going on there. Daniel Farish and Shannon Sellens will be on the call. But as we settle in, we will see if we can get some lineups for you. If you have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the chat. Hopefully everything is looking good, sounding good. And once again, happy holidays to each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us here on Bowl TV for the Roto Group Keystone Quaker Classic. So settle in, sit back, enjoy your Friday. With a little Bowl TV, game 1 of 5. Underway from Rose Bowl.
caught my eyes, and then they. No, my left is like that. Now I think getting them close. I had some.
right, good folks. Once again, you're watching the 2019 Roto Group Keystone Quaker Classic from Aja Rose Bowl in Allentown, Pennsylvania. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC Communications. We are behind lanes 27 through 30 in this 36-lane venue. Competition also taking place at Jordan Lanes in Whitehall, Pennsylvania, but even though different town names, literally just a 5-6 minute drive separates the centers. So the women are competing over at Jordan, and they actually appear to be underway. You can go back and forth between both channels. If you're watching on desktop, you can see the navigation below the video. You'd want to select women featured to head over to Jordan Lanes and join Daniel Farish and Shannon Sellens. Or if you are on a mobile device, if you go to the top right-hand corner of your screen, you will see a 4-box window pane. You can select that. That will give you the navigation options to the other channels, and will be the same. Men featured, obviously, is where we're at now. Women featured is the Lehigh Valley Classic, so it's pretty unique. It was something that took a little looking at and getting used to as well for putting our schedules together, is that even though competition is taking place at separate centers like we've had in previous times this year, they are actually considered two different events. So when we're at Rose Bowl, that is the Keystone Quaker Classic. So the men will be here Friday and Saturday, the women Sunday and Monday. And competition at Jordan Lanes will be the Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic. That'll be the women Friday, Saturday, and then the men Sunday and Monday. So technically 2 events going on. So pretty unique, but want to give a big shout out to our tournament directors, Fred and Patrick Polash. It's been 26 years. This is the 26th edition of the Keystone Quaker Classic. So Fred and Patrick have been involved for pretty much every one of those. It was cool during the announcements today and kind of reading off the teams and introducing the teams that he did mention 2 of the schools competing this week. St. John's and William Patterson have competed in every Keystone Quaker Classic, and that is 26 years straight. So there's a little history for you this morning to get going, but we do have some lineups here. So we'll go ahead and get those for Schenectady CC. They have just 4 players here this week, so as you can see, for their 5th player, basically getting an absence score, so that's going to be tough for the team, obviously, to put themselves in position to win the event, but on the bright side, it's going to be some good experience. So it looks like they have some players making their debuts this week too, so I got first names on those folks in attempting to check the good old collegebowling.com. See how folks are doing so far, but their lineup is going to be Zach, he's one of the new players, Colin Ponto in the 2 spot, Kenny Kiefer 3rd, and then Christian is their player in the 4th spot. Once again, the scoreboards follow the team, so right now they're on 27 in the, I want to say the blue and gold colors for the Royals there for Muskingum. Currently on 28. Their lineup to start is Alberto Dunlap leading off. Garrett Thomas is 2nd. Adam Rolston is 3rd and looking to make it 6 consecutive strikes here after an open in the 1st. Let's take a look at Adam's path to hopefully another strike. Two-hander, kind of throwing it at the gutter a little bit, gets the ball to lay off the spot. I'm going to guess some urethane going on there. And adds another one. Bowling 4th for Muskingum is going to be John Vachong and Joshua Hoffer in the 5 spot. And joining us on 29:30, as we mentioned already, Robert Morris, Illinois, and Wright State. Let's get you some of those lineups. We'll start with RMU on 29. It's going to be Stephen Kushner leading off, Daniel Callahan second, Keith Peterson third, and Justin O'Shaughnessy fourth, and Chase Benitez in the 5 spot for O'Shaughnessy. Past member of, or technically still a member of Junior Team USA for at least a couple more days before Team USA trials kicks off for 2020, but he was part of the 2019 junior team. He's going to be stepping up here, player 29D, the powerful two-hander. Looks like he's been using a reactive equipment at least a little bit earlier, but see his path to the pocket momentarily. Before we get to our Wright State lineup, they delivered 4 out of 5. In frame 5. So a little bit steeper angles there for Justin, and fortunate to break up the 210. Left with just the 10 pin. So now for Wright State, Andrew Bleakley leading off, Justin Aldridge second, Matt McKee third, Cole Skelly fourth, and Brandon Fleming in the 5 spot. So those are our lineups to start today. Obviously, coaches do have the ability to sub players out throughout the course of competition. Teams can bring up to 8. Players per event. Let's take a look at right from last year, learn a little bit more about these events and who captured the titles. Here at the Keystone Quaker Classic. Once again, Haja Rose Bowl, the host center. Robert Morris swept both the men's and the women's spots. It was a big performance in Baker last year that helped the Eagles to the title. Notre Dame, Ohio, second. William Patterson, third. Individually, Michael Martell. And the top individual spot for Robert Morris. Well, Chase Benitez, their anchor this season, took second place, 1193 for 5 games. The Lehigh Valley Classic, the William Patterson men took the top spot. Pikeville women were victorious. So there's a look at some of the highlights from last year's event. We started off with 31 teams, and we had one team no show this morning. So the final tally, it's going to be 30 teams total. I believe we have one junior varsity program for St. John's competing as well. So 29 varsity teams throughout the course of competition. Canisius was the one school that ended up not making it here. So we hope everything was, hope it wasn't due to the weather or anything like that, or travel woes, but we were scheduled to have them in game 4 today, so Erie CC will be bowling unopposed. So our overall lineup for the course of the day, once again, you can find that by checking out the Trophy Cup below, or above the chat. In game 2, we will have Lawrence Tech, our runner-up at the ITC in 2000, or earlier this year, to end the 2019 collegiate season. Arizona State, Robert Morris, Pennsylvania, and RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology, will be here in game 2. In game 3, we'll have St. John's junior varsity squad, along with Florida State and Central Florida. Game 4, SUNY Stony Brook, Penn State, and Erie CC. And then game 5, Temple, Corning Community College, Walsh, and Hudson Valley CC. As far as the lineups go for tomorrow, it's going to be actually based off where teams place in the standings today. So essentially, if you're the top-ranked team at the end of 5 traditional games, you'll be you'll hit a particular set of lanes. If you're second, you'll do that, but it's based off of your 5-game totals first. So that's something good to keep in mind for right now for everybody. We'll not have those until a little bit later today, but we do encourage you to follow the Keystone Quaker and Lehigh Valley Facebook page for more information. As scores become available after each game, we will do our best to get updates and let you know who's leading the way, but that will be the top spot. For info and more, of course, we'll do our best to share some news as well. Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. And just as a note as well for folks, it's is pretty cramped as far as walkways and space, because we have a lot of parents out here, friends and family cheering on their student athletes in schools. So what they have found over the years is they actually do something a little bit similar to what we've seen in the past for international competitions, where they will actually wait for everybody to finish and then have everyone move at the same time, essentially. Kind of similar to NCAA as well. So we should stay on a pretty even pace with that in mind, but teams will wait after each game and then kind of start as a collective unit for game 2, game 3, game 4, game 5, all the way around. Once again, 36 feet, the length of the pattern here for the men's Keystone Quaker Classic. When we look at the collegebowling.com rankings so far for the season, let's see where our teams are sitting. Wright State currently ranked 5th overall. They've competed in 9 events. Have the Raiders. This is just their second Tier 1 though. They bowled the National Collegiate Team Match Games at the end of November. Here presumably for a pair of events. Was interesting in talking with our tournament director that not necessarily all the schools compete in both. Some obviously have to look at 4 consecutive days of competition for their team. Others may have just time constraints, so not necessarily the entire field will bowl all or both events, so that's why we presume in that situation at least. But for Wright State, as we mentioned, their second Tier 1 of the season. They bowled 9 events already though, leading into the event here this week, and got a pair of first place finishes in the for ranking points at the Ball State Cardinal Classic and the Bowling Green State Falcon Classic. For the team itself, once again, their lineup 1 through 5 to start: Andrew Bleakley, Justin Aldridge, Matt McKee, Cole Skelly, and Brandon Fleming. Those 5, Brandon Fleming, the highest average here so far in the early portion of the season, 197. He does have a tournament win. That was at the American Heartland Conference #1. He's a senior this year. Averaged 224 at that event. Cole Skelly also with a victory individually this season. That was at the Falcon Classic, averaged 215. To earn the top spot. Let's see who's next. Muskingum is in 52nd place overall. They've just bowled 3 events so far. So this is their 4th event, first Tier 1. They did win their first 2 conference meets in the Ohio Bowling Conference. Their current lineup, let's take a look individually. 1 to 5, Alberto Dunlap, Garrett Thomas, Adam Rolston, John Bashong, and Josh Hoffer. Hoffer leading the way with a 200 average. He also has a tournament win so far this season. That was at the first conference meet for Muskingum. For Robert Morris, Illinois, currently 64th in the rankings. This is just their second Tier 1 and only 6th event so far of the year. They have a best finish of second at the Titan Invitational, but definitely a team in transition this year. The Eagles lost quite a few talented players from last year's squad, which finished the regular season ranked number 1. But for RMU, as I mentioned, Michael Martell, one of those player who actually led this event last year, not being back on the, or essentially graduating. That happens with the on the collegiate side, obviously. But yeah, one of the tricky parts is obviously as teams transition throughout the course of several years. Sometimes there's some pretty awesome teams, awesome classes, but as players do move on and graduate, you know, Daniel Hansen, who's helping coach this year, another one of those players who graduated after the season last year. Martell, though, that was a few other players in their top 5 overall. So this year, Justin O'Shaughnessy averaging 201, Chase Benitez 199, kind of leading the way, while everyone else tries to kind of get everything together, get rolling, get some steam, get some momentum for the second half of the season. For Schenectady, they're 132nd in the ranking, just 2 events leading up to this event. So this is their 3rd and their first Tier 1 of the season. As we mentioned, just 4 bowlers here at least to start this week. So explains the quicker pace on 27 and 28 as well. So for Muskingum, as they wrap up their final few shots, it's going to be 619 for Schenectady. Josh Hoffer, he was working on 4 in a row. Let's look at the 253 this game. Saw that one. Read early and go through the nose. Now the 310. Wright State's going to be looking for 4 out of 5 here in frame number 8. Brandon Fleming gets ready to step up. See if Josh can run down this baby splits. He'll get into the 230s. Yeah, 2:19 finish to lead the way. We'll put Muskingum at a 9:43 for game one. Nice shot there from Brandon Fleming for Wright State. 4 out of 5 for the Raiders to wrap up the 8th. Some struggles this game for Justin O'Shaughnessy, looking to get going for Robert Morris. 90 in the 7th. Kind of a weird hit there on that 4-pin. Falling late, so just the 10. As a reminder, coming up next, game 2, Lawrence Tech, Arizona State, Robert Morris, Pennsylvania, and the Rochester Institute of Technology. Still 9th and 10th frame to go here on .29:30, which is pretty close on pace. Looking around, once again with only 4 bowlers for Schenectady, we end up going a little bit quicker with 27:28. We're kind of looking around our immediate area. Looks like most folks are starting the 9th frame, maybe already a little bit deeper into the 9th, so. So wrap up game number 1 here. Home stretch of game 1. I'd like to remind all you good folks that while you're here watching Bull TV, be sure to stop by the lab and check out Team USA head coach Rod Ross as he breaks down some of the top players in the world in his series, The Video Room. Video Room can be found in the lab here on Bull TV. A lot of good stuff there from Mr. Rod Ross. One of the more recent breakdowns was Team USA's Darren Tang. And Darren has early timing. So if you happen to have early timing in your game as well, that's pretty informative. Potentially see some of the parallels. Obviously, Darren is able to repeat shots with the best of them, but with that comes some things where he's trying to, some aspects of his game that he's working on too, to make himself even more consistent. So learn about that in the lab with Rod Ross, The Video Room. So Wright State finds some momentum here. They've posted 4 or 5 strikes in the 8th and looking to do so once again here in the 9th. Robert Morris so far clean through the 9th frame. There's another strike. Josh Hoffman setting up some doubles, 4 doubles. Heading into the 10th. Here's Chase Benitez looking for 4 in a row, connects. So for Wright State first is going to be Andrew Bleakley. Going to have Stephen Kushner for RMU. Nice shot there from Steven. Still shoot 177. 215 out there for Andrew. He makes it 5 in a row. 3 early opens, but strong finish here. 202 for Andrew Bleakley. Stephen Kushner, 166. Daniel Callahan has already delivered 1 strike. He can still get to 234 this game. Justin Aldridge going to be stepping up 30B for Wright State. Daniel did get the double. Justin here is that's going to be a with the spare. That'd be a hard fought 180. Keith Peterson can still get to 196 for RMU, and potentially an opportunity here for Wright State to bring in a sub here to shoot at the washout, and that player happens to be a southpaw. That makes a lot of sense. I like it. It doesn't definitely doesn't hurt in this situation. Opportunity to get a player lined up potentially for the following game, and certainly can make the spare a little bit easier for the team. Once again, coaches can make substitutions at any time off their bench, but the one note with that is if a player is substituted, they cannot return until the next game, so can't necessarily just have a spare shot specialist. But in situations where a sub does come in for a fill ball or a frame or a few frames, you know, whatever may happen, the player who starts the game gets credit for the score in the overall standings. Matt McKee getting the Raiders back on track. He can get to 236 this game. Still got 1,000 out there for Wright State. If they're able to capitalize on a few of these doubles. Matt McKee already with 1. Can he make it a second? Pretty direct once again, 36 feet, the pattern length here for the Keystone Quaker Classic. Definitely not surprised to see some players playing to the farther outside portion of the lane. O'Shaughnessy looking to find some late momentum here to take to the rest of his event today. 3 in a row. One more can get the principal to 159. Shout out to Emil Williams Jr. on the nickname for Justin. A nice 235 there for Matt. He's going to lead the way for Wright State here in game 1. So it looks like 1,021 still out there for Wright State. Gonna need some help, and obviously Cole did not like that off his hand, and gonna have a bit of a challenging spare here, the 5'10", after crossing over Brooklyn. Chase Benitez can get RMU to 965 this game. Chase can still get to 225. Cole's going to finish with 158, so Wright State's anchor, Brandon Fleming, can max out 224. Now 987 still out there for Wright State. Chase gets the first one in the 10th. He's now into the 2 teens. Getting to the 220s with one more. Once again, teams are waiting until the entire squad finishes the game. It's a shot there from Fleming. So it looks like it's actually going to be 31 and 32 is going to be the last pair. So bad news for the teams that finished up a little bit quicker. But good news for us because we're going to move right into game 2.
Remember, Patrick does not want you to move till everyone is done. And when you're moving, you're going to move across the lanes, not the carpet. So if you're moving now, you're not following instructions. As soon as they're finished, you'll move and you'll move across the lanes, not across the carpet. I'll tell you when to go.
So 9:52 finish for RMU. Got one more shot to go here for Wright State. Brandon Fleming delivered the double, so he's going to get credit for the scores. They bring in a sub for the fill. 224 and 987 for Wright State, leading the way on our featured pairs. Muskingum 943, as we mentioned, RMU 952. 619 for Schenectady CC, and They're just about ready to start the switch here for game 2. So as we mentioned, teams are going to be moving across the lanes. They've been making the announcements as well. Just because we're limited on space behind the bowlers area. So still got 1 or 2 more shots on 31 and 32. But coming up next here on Bowl TV, Lawrence Tech, Arizona State, Robert Morris, Pennsylvania, and RIT, the Rochester Institute of Technology, will be featured. Of course, don't forget to visit our women's featured channel for the Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic, which is also going on live at the moment. Daniel Farish and Shannon Sellens bringing you the action from Jordan Lanes, just across the way, just less than a 10-minute drive. But we'll be starting up game 2 momentarily, so everyone hang tight, sit back, enjoy. Happy holiday season from all of us here on Bowl TV. Have a great new year. So we get closer to that. A few more shots, 31-32. Everyone will be done. Game 2 will be underway. As you can see, there's a traffic jam on the turnpike. But we'll be set to go. Game 2 coming up next here on Bowl TV.
We got quite a few guys. It is bad. We got a fair amount of guys.
Okay, everybody, welcome to game number 2 of 5 here, day number 1 at the Roto Grip Keystone Quaker Classic, taking place at Haja Rose Bowl in Allentown, Pennsylvania. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC Communications, and let's welcome our second set of teams for the day. Currently bowling on lane 27, going to be 28 on the scoreboard. Scoreboards do follow. teams as they move lanes. It's going to be Arizona State. Going to be joined by Lawrence Tech, currently up on lane 28. A nice washout conversion from Chad Stephen. And to our right on 29 and 30, we have the Rochester Institute of Technology up. On lane 29, and Robert Morris, Pennsylvania, joining us on 30. Our lineups to start off game 2 for Arizona State. It's Darren Thornton leading off, followed by Ryan Lee, Shane Smith, Chris Berryman, and KJ Martinez. For Lawrence Tech, the runners-up, the 2019 ITC. Returning many familiar faces. Leading off Chase Kaufman, second Cody Johnston, Chad Stephen third, Kyle McGrath getting ready to bowl right now fourth, and Jordan Bryant in the 5th spot. There's the big backswing of McGrath, delivers the strike. For Robert Morris, Pennsylvania. So they get ready to switch back over to 29. It's going to be Colin Whiteman leading off. Mike Barvinchik second, Kyle Wilkinson third, John Clear fourth, and Antonio Willer in the 5 spot for RIT. Now moving to 30, Keenan Nash leading off, Frank Aiello, Rafif Santoso, Chris Wolschlager, and Adam Turner in the 5 spot. Colin delivers the strike for Robert Morris, PA. We had Robert Morris, Illinois on that pair to start. Game number 1, obviously different teams, different areas of the country. Robert Morris, PA, the runner-up back at the 2007 ITC, Saginaw Valley. Once again, game 2. As soon as we know a little bit more about scores, we will pass those along to you. We're definitely encouraging folks to visit the tournament's official Facebook page. Share that with you momentarily. We did share it in the chat, but just in case. Shared on screen with you here too, just so you guys can, of course, check out the information. Give it a like. Of course, a big thank you to all the tournament staff and our hosts here in the Allentown area. Patrick and Fred Polash running the men's and women's events respectively. So I have Patrick over here today at Rose Bowl and Fred over at Jordan Lanes. They'll go ahead and switch as the women come here for the final 2 days and the men head over to Jordan. Perfect fifth frame there, or fourth frame, excuse me. Just thinking about all the 5 strikes. Perfect fourth there for Robert Morris, PA. Colin, Mike, Kyle, John, and Antonio all delivering. When we talk about our tournament directors, Pat and Fred, it's a father and son combo. Fred, the father, Patrick, the son. As we mentioned, the Keystone Quaker Classic has been ongoing for 26 consecutive years. And both Pat and Fred have been recognized and received the Gordon Teagan Service Award, which is presented annually by the National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association to an individual in recognition of outstanding service to collegiate bowling. So a big thank you to both Pat and Fred for their continued support of these great events. This is our first time coming here for Bowl TV, so we were pretty excited, obviously. Pennsylvania in December potentially could have brought along some weather, but we've been pretty fortunate so far. Hasn't gotten too cold, no snow yet. So all has been good in that aspect. So we're looking forward to the concluding today. Of course, 3 additional days of competition. As we mentioned, there are actually 2 events going on at the same time. So depending on what bowling center teams are at, that is which event they are bowling. So Keystone Quaker Classic held here at Rose Bowl. The Lehigh Valley Classic being held at Jordan Lanes. Men's and women's teams will just switch after 2 days. 1 event will be in the books. So it's a cool way of getting 2 events done in 4 days without having to worry about going to squads or anything like that, which is always nice. As we look at the collegebowling.com rankings, let's take a look at our featured teams. Lawrence Tech currently in 11th. Overall, this is just their 2nd Tier 1 event of the year. They also competed at the National Collegiate Team Match Games, finished 6th. That took place about a month from now, or a month ago. A month from now will be much different. But for the Blue Devils, pair of wins at the Racers Classic and the Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference #1. Of those Tier 2 events, they've bowled 7 events leading up to this. As we mentioned, returning many familiar faces. From the team that was the runner-up to Weber International at the ITC Definitely a lot of firepower. It was really although I was not there, it was fun to see this team make its way through the bracket, and we knew the energy and what this team was capable of. We saw them put on a great run to wrap up the Hoosier Classic as they tried to make the top 8. And as I said, saw the firepower and what this team was working with. And to see a team essentially bring back 5 players from that team is obviously going to be, obviously it's not going to hurt the program in any way, shape, or form. Let's see, so far this season, Chase Kaufman leading the way. He's bowling leadoff, has the double. Leading Lawrence second average so far, 206. Essentially the players who have been to each event so far are all averaging, well, or basically their starting lineup right now at the moment. Chase Kaufman, Kyle McGrath, Cody Johnson, Chad Stephen, and Jordan Bryant all averaging better than 196 so far here in the early going of this season. So you can have 5 players from 206 to 196 who are generally going to be pretty solid, especially when you got upperclassmen, which all these players are. Chase, Kyle, Chad, and Jordan, all seniors, and Cody, a junior. So definitely a formidable foe at any event. Arizona State set in 26th in the rankings. This is not including the Las Vegas events we were at just last week, because that was the first Tier 1s of the year for the Sun Devils of Arizona State. We had both 6 events previous. So I'm hearing we had a 710 converted. I think that was over on 24, so I'm not sure who that was. Might have been William Patterson. That was only 24. That would have been at the far left of the screen, so if anyone did catch that. Seven tens are cool. But for Arizona State, as I mentioned, 26th overall, but that's not including their Tier 1 event from last week. 3 wins, the SLO Rollers, and pair wins at the West Coast Championship so far this year. Great to see Coach Jordan back at the helm. So not including the Las Vegas events. KJ Martinez and Ryan Lee been leading the way. KJ's bowling 5th and Ryan 2nd for Arizona State this game. KJ averaging 206 this year. He's got 1 tournament win. Ryan 198, also with a tournament win. RIT 30th in the rankings. First Tier 1 of the season, though. They have 3 wins out of 5 events at the Bearcat Invitational, the Maple Syrup Classic, and the Tiger Cup. For RIT individually, Adam Turner, who's bowling 5th. Leading the way in average so far this season, 198. His 2 top 5 finishes. 3 players averaging better than 190 so far. For RIT as they prepare to wrap up frame number 5. Didn't have to search too far. Robert Morris, Pennsylvania, just 1 spot in the rankings below that. 31st. Also their first Tier 1 competition of the season. And their 6th event. First place finish at the Penn State Classic. Their lineup this game, or for their competitors in the lineup, I should say. John Clear, 201 average and a top 5 so far this season. Antonio Willar averaging 196. Kyle Wilkinson just a tad under 190 for Robert Morris, PA. So there's a little rundown of our featured teams so far here. Game 2. Arizona State, Lawrence Tech, Robert Morris, Pennsylvania, and Rochester Institute of Technology on lanes 27 through 30 here at Haja Rose Bowl, Allentown, Pennsylvania for the Rotogrip Keystone Quaker Classic. 5 games today, 20 Baker games tomorrow, with total pinfall determining our champions. Our formats are essentially the same at each event. Same at the Lehigh Valley Classic, 5 traditional, 20 Baker games. So our schedule is not going to change too much throughout the course of the next 3 days. The men will always start their competition first. Good question in the chat from William. Schenectady, that's correct, did have 4 players. How do they compete? A team can compete with less than 5 players. That is perfectly okay. I'd have to look it up to see what the minimum amount of players a school needs. But we've seen that before. Obviously, that is not going to be very helpful in the standings. They don't get an absent score, essentially. They get a 0 for that player. But for the individual players, they are certainly more than obviously, they're going to bowl all the games if you don't have enough players, but they can compete for the all-tournament team. And obviously, you know, a Tier 1 event, a tough pattern, great experience as well to essentially try and get those players ready for when you do have a full team ready to go. You'll have some folks who are out there bowling and have been in an environment here like a Tier 1 event, so they'll have that experience underneath their belt. But essentially for the standings, you know, you're going to be down there at the bottom. That's just a given. But if, you know, 2 of your players have a great day, they can still make the all-tournament team. So no, that doesn't stop you from competing. So that's that is okay. Obviously not good for the team ranking points and, you know, moving up the standings, but good opportunity individually. obviously throughout the course of a season as well. You know, this is a student athlete based team event. So if a team perhaps has players, you know, drop out for a semester, or, you know, grades are just like at any level of sport involving school. If players aren't keeping up their grades, they're not taking enough credit hours, all that comes into play too. So that's always something to consider. Injuries, obviously, it's the holiday season as well. But many reasons why a team may just have 4 for one event. And looking at their team dynamic on collegebowling.com, they do have other players who have competed throughout the course of the season. So it's just one of those things. It could just be a one tournament. Obviously, New York and Pennsylvania not too far apart either. So in kind of a roundabout way, I hope I answered your question, William. Well, we've met our teams. Got to settle into game 2 once again coming up. In game 3 in a little bit, we have St. John's junior varsity team, Florida State and Central Florida coming to the featured pair. But for right now, we're going to step back for a quick second. Enjoy game 2. With the Roto Group Keystone Quaker Classic, we'll come back to wrap up game 2. Just a quick few frames. So if you got any questions, please feel free to leave them in the chat. We'll get to them there. Let's sit back, relax, enjoy collegiate bowling action here on Bowl TV. We're going to jump back in here as we have a score update after game number 1. Team standings only. They're also available on the Keystone Quaker Lehigh Valley Classic Facebook page. You can get there a few different ways. We do have the link readily available at all times. If you're in the chat right now, you see a few different options. It's basically the bar graph getting taller and taller. Tournament information. If you click on that, that'll take you to the Facebook page. But Willie P. doing work game 1, 12:02. Yowza. They like the 36-foot pattern on the fresh. 12:02. That's 240 a guy, average-wise. So some big scores from William Patterson, easily leading the way. St. John's, 1,019, and Wisconsin Whitewater, 1,000 even. Those were your only 3 teams even or better after game number 1. Wright State in 4th. We saw them in game 1, 987. RIT on our featured pair, 982. Lawrence Tech in 6th, 974. Indiana Tech, 965. Robert Morris, Illinois in 8th place, 952. We saw them in game 1. New Jersey Institute of Technology, 944. And Muskingum also saw them in game 1 at 943, rounding out the top 10. Also here on our featured pairs, Arizona State in 14th place with 926. And Robert Morris, Pennsylvania in 20th and with 860. It's again 29 teams in the varsity field, along with 1 JV team, St. John's. So William Patterson, 12:02. Wow, that's a big number. It's a team I haven't seen yet this year, William Patterson. So this will be actually quite a few teams on the schedule that are going to be the first time getting to view them. So I've gotten to cover the men's fields in quite a few events so far, but William Patterson will be a first time. St. John's, the first time. Lawrence Tech here on our featured pair. First time getting to see them this season, so. Standings after 1, top 5, William Patterson, 12:02, St. John's, 1,019, Wisconsin Whitewater, 1,000 even, Wright State, 987, and Rochester Institute of Technology, 982. Your top 5 here in the early going. Once again, 5 games today, 20 Baker games tomorrow, total pinfall determining. Our champions this week at the Rotogrip Keystone Quaker Classic. Eighth frame underway. Pretty much across the, at least our immediate area. Some teams pacing well. Once again, we are following the more traditional NCAA type start to each game, so teams will wait until everyone has concluded due to limited space in the walkways. So it's a little easier for everyone to get around when everyone's done bowling. So then they will start up game 3 once everyone gets done with game 2. Looks like for Lawrence Tech, they're going to be bringing in a substitute here for Chad Stephen.
I'm just turning that off until we can come up front.
All right, folks, we are into the 9th frame here on our featured pairs. Game 2 of 5 at the Rotogrip Keystone Quaker Classic. Arizona State, Lawrence Tech, and Rochester Institute of Technology in Robert Morris, Pennsylvania. It's going to be 4 in a row for Arizona State's Chris Berryman, as KJ Martinez will be stepping up next for the Sun Devils. Miscue there from Kyle McGrath from Lawrence Tech. Blue Devils have delivered 3 strikes so far, and Jordan Bryant will look to add another, but 2 upperclassmen missing single pins in the last 2 frames for Lawrence Tech. We'll look to get something going here. Set the time to find some momentum. They're just outside the top 5 here after game number 1. Robert Morris, Pennsylvania. It's going to have 3 players working on at least doubles, but also 2 opens as they prepare for their 10th frame. So got Chris and Adam for RIT to step up here for their 9th frames. Once again, 36 feet the length, so still got some players closer to the gutter. I'm sure some urethane still a weapon of choice in the bowling ball department. Just talked with our tournament director, Pat Polash, to run down some specifics for tomorrow. So teams will be re-ranked essentially based off of their place in the standings today, and then the lane assignments will work to where we have our top 4 teams here in lanes 27 through 30 for that final round. So as we mentioned right now, the top 4, William Patterson, St. John's, Wisconsin, Whitewater, and Wright State. I mean, they'd all be heading here to our featured pairs. But obviously, plenty of bowling left to do here at the Keystone Quaker Classic before we determine A, who's going to be there in day 1, and definitely B, who's going to be competing for the title in day 2. Struggles in the 9th for RIT. We're going to be working on a pair of spares. From Keenan and Chris. Once again, the lineups, or the starting lineups to start game number 2 for Arizona State. Darren Thornton leading off, Ryan Lee, Shane Smith, Chris Berryman, and KJ Martinez. For Lawrence Tech, the lineup was Chase Kaufman, Cody Johnston, Chad Stephen, who has been subbed out, Kyle McGrath, and Jordan Bryant. For Robert Morris, Pennsylvania, the lineup was Colin Whiteman, Mike Barvinchuk, Kyle Wilkinson, John Clear, and Antonio Willard. And for RIT, Keenan Nash, Frank Aiello, Rafif Santoso, Chris Wolschleger, and Adam Turner. We do have a total of 4 days of competition here between the Keystone Quaker Classic and the Lehigh Valley Classic. So of course we would implore you to share the good news on social media, on Facebook. Let your friends know you're checking out some collegiate bowling here prior to the start of the new year, which is going to be exciting in its own right with the Team USA trials coming up January 3rd through the 7th here on Bowl TV. We do have event passes available essentially for both tournaments. You can buy basically one package for $9.95. Get covered for each event all 4 days. Definitely one of the tough parts about being in the collegiate bowling landscape is being in the position of having to come off the bench to where you may have not thrown a shot in a game or two, having to rely on the communication from your teammates and coaches. You know, talking to a few different coaches, they are very keen on having all players know where they're sliding into, which is beneficial because then the player essentially can perhaps save a shot or two in getting lined up, which is obviously what we're all looking for, is to get lined up as quickly as possible. Definitely no doubt about that. That's why it's important for these players, and coaches definitely stress it as well, to understand how they drift, how they slide. Is it consistent? Because if all your right-handers are sliding into 25, for instance, you're coming off the bench and you need to get lined up for a shot. If you know you naturally drift 2 boards to the left, well, if you want to slide into 25, you already know where to start. Start on 23. And obviously the tweaks can go from there, but heard a very interesting story about that in our events last week. And speaking with Calumet College coach Mike Kubacki after his team held on to win the collegiate shootout, is that they were actually kind of reeling. They had built up a lead over the other 3 teams heading into the final game. They had about 45, 46 pins to play with, and they were giving the pins back. Frankly, blatantly, all that stuff. RMU's John Clear putting up a game right here. He's up for his first shot of the 10th. Let's look at the 248, but they had one of their left-handers step up and leave a washout. So they went to their bench. They got a right-hander. It was Baker competition at that point. Brought in Manny Sanchez, who hadn't thrown a ball in a game or two at that point, and They knew where Manny wanted to slide into the lane at, and if he did that, then it should all work out. It did. Ended up making the washout, and lo and behold, that was very important down the stretch. So there's an instance of a sub being ready to go, understanding their game, and their coach knowing how to make the best of the situation. John covered the spare for Robert Morse, so a chance to get into the 220s. Antonio Willer, working on 3 in a row, also can get to 224 with 3 more strikes. Those are going to be the high games here in game 2 on our featured pairs, though. 220s looking to be the max scores. So we saw one huge game out there. William Patterson in game 1, 12:02. Yeah, 12:02. As a note, once again, we will be waiting for everybody to conclude game 2 before we start game 3. This is going to be a bit of a rough game here for Lawrence Tech for what we know they're capable of, but that's all part of bowling. This is a deep team. This is a upperclassman-led team. They're fresh off a runner-up finish at the ITC, so I feel this will be a team that potentially we'll be seeing in that top 4 come tomorrow. Still got 3 games to get everything going. Gonna be a nice game here for Robert Morris. Pennsylvania, they're gonna be at 970. They're going to lead the way. $871 for Lawrence Tech. Arizona State's going to be right around the same total. Going to be at 862. And 795 the max for RIT. And it looks like these might be the last pairs done. So we should transition
concludes game 2. Athletes, please move to your next lanes. Again, try to make all your movements out there on the approaches and keep the concourses free.
All right, that will conclude game 2. Our tournament director, Patrick Polash, given the okay for teams to start moving around. St. John's JV, Florida State and Central Florida will be making their way to our pairs next. We will have a vacant spot on 27-28 with St. John's JV. We started off with an odd amount of teams, and then we had teams drop out as well. So we'll actually have 2 teams bowl unopposed here today by just luck of the draw. But game 3 coming up next. St. John's JV, Florida State, Central Florida. Coming up next here on Bowl TV for the Roto-Grip Keystone Quaker Classic at Aja Rose Bowl in Allentown, Pennsylvania. My name's Aaron Smith, and we'll be right back here on Bowl TV. Happy holidays. right, everybody. Game number 3 of 5 here, day 1. Rotogrip, Keystone, Quaker Classic Men's Division on the lanes here. Haja Rose Bowl, Allentown, Pennsylvania. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC Communications. Thank you for joining us here right after the exciting holidays. Hope everyone has had a great holiday season so far and continues so up until the new year. So we're going to have Bowl TV ongoing for the next 3 days, so we hope to see you a few times over the course of the next couple of days, watching the top student athletes and collegiate programs hit the lanes here for the 7th and 8th Tier 1 events. In the 2019-2020 season, hard to believe. Already 8 Tier 1s are going to be in the book by the time we finish up everything on Monday. Three teams joining us on lanes 27 through 30. St. John's and junior varsity squad is on 27 and 28 right now. We started off with an odd amount of teams, so we did have basically a vacant team kind of rolling through the standings, or through the lanes here. So the junior varsity team happened to catch them this game. The only JV team in the field. Their lineup for this game: Justin Lamb leading off, David Posel second, Paul Igel third, Eric Capizzi fourth, and Tom Burke in the 5 spot. Over on 29-30, we have Central Florida and Florida State. For the Seminoles of Florida State, we have Elijah Manderson, Andrew Malozzi, Robert Poole, Chris O'Connell, and Daniel Bolin. Their lineup 1 through 5. For UCF, Kyle Cromie leading off, Connor Verling second, and Jacob Hopper third, Elijah Cherapaisan fourth, and Keith Sang in the 5th spot. We also have standings available here after Game 2 now available on site and hopefully on the Facebook page. Let's see if that's updated too. Looks like we just got it here on site for right now, so those should be upcoming quickly though. Shout out to the tournament staff for an excellent job so far. But William Patterson continuing to lead. They gave some pins back after a big 12-02 in game 1, but still have a 230 pin lead on the field and the only team averaging better than 200 so far. 21-65, Indiana Tech moves into 2nd place, 1935. Wisconsin Whitewater holds on to 3rd, 1934. St. John's drops to 4th at 1930. And Florida State here in our featured pair moves into 5th. They're all the way down in 12th, so nice game for the Seminoles. 1928 rounds out your top 5. 6 through 10, Wright State at 1910. Millersville, 1895, New Jersey Institute of Technology, 1880, Hudson Valley Community College, 1850, and Lawrence Tech, 1845. Our junior varsity team from St. John's is at 1770, which would still be good for 17th overall in the varsity standings. And for UCF, they're in 22nd right now, 1675. If you have any teams in the field this week that you would like us to also give updates in, Please feel free to drop those in the chat, but we are settling into game number 3 on this 36-foot pattern, just under 29 mils, 2.11 to 1. Yeah, it seems like it caused some fits here in game 2. Scoring pace definitely dropped a little bit. We'll see if folks can get it going. As we approach the halfway point of the day here at the Keystone Quaker Classic. As we look at our featured teams for Florida State, led so far this year by Robert Poole, who is making his at least second appearance of the season, averaged 201 in his first event. Looks like the Seminoles have not had a very robust schedule yet. Looks like just the third event, according to collegiatebowling.com, but see if we can find where they're at in the rankings. St. John's is 17th overall. We'll talk about the varsity and junior varsity squads in a moment. Do not remember seeing Florida State at the Las Vegas events. Usually teams select one or the other. Arizona State one program hitting both, though, of the collegiate holiday events. Central Florida, this is their fifth event. They're in 138th in the standing, or not in the standings, but in the overall rankings. Once again, we'll talk about the rankings in a little bit as well. Kind of what those determined for postseason play. Yeah, there's Florida State, 81st overall. It's just looks to be their third event overall this season. But second tier one, they also bowled the Brunswick Southern Collegiate Classic, finishing in 19th place. Their other event, the Spring Hill Tournament, finished second, 12 teams. Once again, their lineup 1 through 5. Elijah Manderson, Andrew Malozzi, Robert Poole, Chris O'Connell, and Daniel Bolin. I mentioned Central Florida a little bit farther back there. This will be their fifth event of the season. High average in the lineup right now. Jacob Hopper, who's bowling third, coming into this event with a 181 average for the Golden Knights. And for St. John's, they were in the top 20 overall in the rankings heading into this event, but as I mentioned, this is their JV squad for the week. Tom Burke, one of their players with a tournament win, however, this year. He's bowled 3 events. Tom in the number 5 spot led the way out of 104 bowlers at the Stevens Invitational, averaging 217. But we won't catch their varsity squad today, potentially tomorrow. But excited to kind of see that team. That's been kind of a fringe team the past few years. We've seen them like at the Hoosier. You know, I think 2 years ago they made the bracket. And definitely got some players on there, but a great addition of Andrew Hall to St. John's really is a big move. Andrew bowled 1 year for Arizona State, I believe 2 seasons ago, and then but now back and has been on a tear for the past few events. He's finished in the top 3 in each of his last 3 tournaments individually, but yeah, that's a team that keeping an eye on, is potentially one of those schools postseason time, sectional time. Has the type of firepower to definitely cause some trouble. St. John's in the standings right now, 4th overall. It's pretty close, 2nd through 8th. Only 55 pins separating those 7 schools at the moment. William Patterson once again out to a sizable advantage. Up 230 after two traditional games. Florida State finding some momentum here. It's a team that had struck on 8 consecutive shots before bowling it crossed over and left the 7-pin. So we keep talking about sectionals and rankings and ranking points and all that stuff. So I suppose it would be good to give all you good folks a brief explanation on some of that. Teams earn points at every event that they compete at. Obviously, Tier 1 and Tier 2 events worth different amounts of points, have different rules. But Tier 1 events, there's 10 of them every collegiate season, is really the events you want to perform the strongest at. And as you collect those points throughout the course of a season, for the men's side, you hope to finish the year in the top 80 overall to earn a spot at one of 4 sectionals across this great land. So 20 teams is essentially would be it mixed evenly, but some sectionals have more teams than others. But as teams accumulate points and go on from there, earn a spot sectionals, and then if you're at one of the 4 sectionals, whether it's Dallas, Smyrna, Tennessee, Addison, Illinois, or Stratford, New Jersey, from there over 2 days, 64 Baker games. Try to work your way into the top 4 to earn a spot at the Intercollegiate Team Championships, which takes place this year in April in Wyoming, Michigan, which is just outside of Grand Rapids. Good afternoon, Dennis. Thanks for joining us here on Bowl TV, and thank you for all your hard work last week at the Collegiate Shootout. But sectionals this year taking place in early March, early to mid-March, depending on your definition of early, I suppose. It's before the halfway point. This is at least when it starts. More mid. We'll call it mid. But, March 13th through the 15th. One of those 4 locations. Once again, for the men's division, 80 teams advance. For the women's, 64 teams. So you want to be in the top 64 on the women's side. There's another 4-strike frame for the Seminoles. Has them on pace to post our highest game we've seen so far today. 10th frame ready to go for St. John's JV team, obviously bowling unopposed. They're moving pretty quick. They got 4 out of 5 strikes, though. Their lineup once again. Finishing up on 28, Justin Lamb first. David Posel second. Paul Gell third. Eric Capizzi fourth, and Tom Burke in the 5 spot. If you're wondering why it's getting a little loud, it's due to New Jersey Institute of Technology. They're putting up some strikes here in Game 3 as well. So it seemed like across the board, at least kind of glancing at the standing sheet, scores dropped a little bit in Game 2. It looks like teams have figured out what was next on this 36-foot condition. And putting together a couple strikes here on our featured pairs. And around our featured pairs. William Patterson, our leader after 2, currently on 31 and 32. We will not catch the Pioneers today. They're in great shape to earn a spot here at the end tomorrow for our Baker finale. For those of you interested, our starting time tomorrow is 9:45 a.m. Eastern here for the Keystone Quaker Classic, the start of 20 Baker games. For our women's Baker set, that's at 10:45 Eastern. And for the first time in a while, we are in the Eastern time zone, so don't have to worry about saying local time or current time or anything like that. Eastern all around. Let's check out this Florida State team here. Been strong the past few frames. They're starting their foundation frame. That was Elijah Manderson coming in a little bit light. As Paul delivers the strike for St. John's. Andrew Malazzi adds another strike. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row after the nice washout conversion in the 3rd frame. Just gonna see if Robert Poole can continue along with him, looking for 7 now after the open frame in the 2nd. He can still shoot 268 this game for the Noles. 172 finish for Paul. For St. John's, Eric Capizzi stepping up next. He's working on a strike. He can still get to 217. Red Storm could put up a nice little number here. Once again, the only team in the JV. Division, so good barometer for these players to see how they fare against a full varsity squad as well. As we mentioned, they were actually sitting 17th. If you look at total pinfall through 2 games out of 30 teams, so taking a look around the house, it looks like we may actually be slightly ahead of pace. Looks like a lot of folks actually in frame 8 still are just starting the 9th frame. Once again, we're due to some space constraints here at Haja Rose Bowl, we are letting everyone finish a game before we start up the next one, so everyone can kind of use the lanes, use the approaches to move around in between games. So we have been basically coming to a complete stop, reset, move on to your next lane, and then start up when everyone's ready. So chance we might have a little bit of a break here before we start game 4. As Tom Burke is looking to keep it going, and he's going to run a little bit high there. Leaving the 4-pin, he's going to be in the 230s though. So for Florida State, if I'm reading everything right, they still have 11:30 and change out there. Might be a little bit, may have oversold that a little bit. $11.25. My apologies. If everyone's able to throw a double, Elijah first to do so. Nice 953 for St. John's JV team. Folks, good question from Thomas in the chat. If you are having a hard time hearing me, please leave a note. As I said, I have plenty of volume left to use here, if need be. 11's in play. And certainly turn it up some. Just let us know in the chat. We don't necessarily have a crowd mic as Andrew delivers another strike for Florida State, so kind of go back and forth between the mic itself and one of the camera mics for when we step away from the headset for a little bit. And so Central Florida, Kyle, Connor, Jacob, Elijah, and Keith, their lineup 1 through 5. It's going to end Andrew's string of strikes, but he's going to be in the 250s. So this will be our first opportunity to see a team north of 1,000. Florida State's going to get there. Andrew Malozzi finishing with 253. Nice game, Andrew. Andrew was kind enough to give us the Florida State lineup for this game as well. Caught him after his washout conversion in the third, so thank you for that as well, Andrew. Here's Robert Poole for the Seminoles. He can get to 246. Once again, coming up for game 4. SUNY Stony Brook, Penn State, and Erie CC. Robert's going to catch a break there, cross and over. Take him when you can get him, though. That's what I say, at least. Comes in light 244. Robert Poole for Florida State. Chris O'Connell. Daniel Bolin left to go. For Thomas in the chat, I've bumped the volume up a little bit. I'm not sure if it's made a difference or not. Let me know. Still got a little ways to go. Florida State is in 5th place entering this game. They were 12th after game 1. They shot .936. And they were just under 1,000 in game 2. And right around 1,000 was actually a pretty big number. just looking at the scores around the house and in the standings, only one team plus after 2 games so far. It's William Patterson. So Florida State was moving in the right direction. Head coach Michael Fine getting his team lined up, and now an opportunity to put together a big number here. There's the double for Chris. It's been pretty good to get a few doubles in here. .812 finish for Central Florida. .953 for St. John's JV. Collecting the doubles, Florida State. Elijah 180, Andrew 253, Robert 244, Chris 172, and Daniel can get to 255. There's the first one. That's going to put him. Oh, that was on 31. Just attempting to look over the fans out here instead of actually on the lanes. My eyes deceived me there. As a 4.610. Slow down the Seminoles a little bit here, but gonna be a 2:16 finish and 10:65. Biggest game of the day so far here on Bowl TV. For a Florida State led by Andrew Malozzi and Robert Poole, 253 and 244 respectively. We'll expect Florida State to solidify its spot in the top 5 with that game. So game 4 is going to be coming up next. As we mentioned, teams are waiting for everyone to finish up prior to moving on to the next lane, and we're done a little bit early this game. Not going to lie. Telling the truth. So, while we have a moment, we certainly want to remind all you good folks that if you haven't already, to be sure to check out the collegiate schedule here on Bowl TV for the entire 2019-2020 collegiate season, so you don't miss a minute of your favorite teams and student athletes as they make their run toward the Helmer Cup this season. Our next collegiate event after this will be the Kegel ISBPA Collegiate Classic. That's going to be the 18th and 19th. I believe those are the days. 18th and 19th, yep. It's going to take place in Addison, Illinois, which will also be home of one of our sectional events. This year. We'll take off the next weekend, but the weekend after that, we'll have the Prairie View A&M Invitational at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. That'll be the 31st, the 1st, and the 2nd of January and February, and then the regular season will conclude with the 51st Hoosier Classic on February 15th and 16th. After that, we'll be ready for postseason time, along with the U.S. Open, among other things. Going to be a pretty fun, hectic week. The U.S. Open in Lincoln, Nebraska starts up right after the Hoosier Classic. So I'd imagine there'll be some direct traveling from Indianapolis to Lincoln for our crew. Of course, the U.S. Open moving up on the schedule this year from February to its usual time in October. And it's time for the postseason. Got sectionals, got the SWAC championship, the Collegiate Club championships. And of course, the ITCs and the ISCs all upcoming in the first few months of 2020, so we certainly encourage everyone to keep an eye out for those. Of course, the sectional announcement show still scheduled to go on. We've been talking about some of the logistics for that, but that'll be part of the U.S. Open week, so we'll be pulling some double duty to make that happen. But the important part is we're going to make it happen for all you great Bowl TV viewers. Who enjoy those opportunities. But for right now, we're going to wait for Game 4 to start up. Once again, teams are all finishing before we start the next game. So at least around us, we got some like halfway through the 10th frame still left to go. So shouldn't be too much longer from based off of what I can see. But I'd like to thank everyone once again for joining us here on Bowl TV for the Roto Group Keystone Quaker Classic and Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic. This will be a great opportunity to visit Daniel Farish and Shannon Sellens as they are on our women's featured channel over at Jordan Lanes. Only about like a 7-8 minute drive from here. They are broadcasting live, lanes 23 through 26. Wood Lanes over there, folks, Wood Lanes. But coming up next for Game 4, SUNY, Stony Brook, Penn State, and Erie CC. Next on the docket here at the Keystone Quaker on Bowl TV. So we're going to take a quick break, sit back, enjoy Game 4 coming up next here on Bowl TV.
around about midway through game 3 with the raffle. We still have tons of tickets left, folks. We're giving away at least 2 rotor-grip bowling balls, a double rotor-grip roller bag, a 3-ball rotor-grip roller bag. We'll throw in some chamois as well. All proceeds go back into the scholarship fund. Again, we're paying out over $7,000 for the rotor-grip Keystone Quaker Classic again this year. Between the 2 events that we're hosting over the holidays, we'll be north of $10,000 in prize fund. And not 1 cent is paid in by the teams in their entry fee. Everything is raised through sponsorships and donations. So we still have plenty of raffle tickets. Will come around during game 4 as well. If you want to stop up at the front desk, we have them up here right now. Teams, as you move, when you get to the pairs that have the blinds in, we will add the blinds for the next game on those pairs, but we need the teams to at least throw a ball so we can cycle into the 4th game. And then we remove the blinds and add the blinds. Again, the raffle tickets. They are strips of 3 tickets each. $2 for 1 strip, $5 for 3 strips, $10 for 7 strips, $20 and you get 15 strips. And we have a few folks that actually give us $30, we give them 25 strips. Again, all proceeds go back into the scholarship fund.
out first. Make the ball one way.
right, folks, we have quickly moved into game 4 and are already past the halfway point of that game over on 29 and 30 as Erie Community College is bowling unopposed this game. Over on 27-28, we have Penn State and SUNY Stony Brook. And a big shout out to Indiana Tech's Marissa Carey, who, as you saw in the chat, Daniel had mentioned, had the front 9, and she was able to deliver all 3 in the 10th for a 300 game over at Jordan Lanes. So congratulations, Marissa. That is unbelievably awesome. It was cool to watch, too. I flipped over for a second to watch the excitement myself, and my good buddy Daniel Farish will be preparing another video of it for the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. So have that on the mind here coming up in the next next couple of minutes to check out. Our lineups here for game number 4. We'll start with Stony Brook with the SB on the back of their jerseys, currently on lane 27. We got Willie Bedoya bowling leadoff, Danny Ryan second, Eric Bolin third, Curtin Schall fourth, and Matt Russell fifth. I believe Kurt Schall has made or has advanced to the Intercollegiate Singles Championships in the past. For Penn State, their lineup 1 through 5. Rob Stone leading off, Eric Bella's second, Vinnie Garrett third, Darren Heeman fourth, and Austin Barlar in the 5 spot. For Erie CC, Matt Strong leading off, Ben Chamberlain second, Jake Swinarski third, Eric Engler fourth, and Trevor Johnson in the 5 spot for the Cats. .300 game, let's go. Had some big games across the house from what we could see. We had Florida